Hello, everybody. My mic. Oh, there we go. That's better. All right, we're going to continue more of Disc 2 of Xenogears. Oh, is El Gato quiet? Or that could be me. It could be me. All right, so where we left off, a lot of shit happened. Mostly a lot of dialogue, a lot of boss fights. And then Ellie got abducted. So now I guess we're gonna try and find her. Oh yeah, it was asking me about my party. I'll change it later, so we don't need to do anything right now. Continue the game? Yes. Oh, whoops. The fleshly body of God has been recovered. Anima and the Animus have all been obtained. All that is left for us to do is to change into the Animus and become one with the Mother Persona. That is incorrect. What? What do you mean, Krellian? What did you just say? What are you doing? Krellian, have you gone totally insane? What are you doing to the memory banks? Do not touch them. You cannot survive without them. We're the only ones who could have activated the key. Now that it has been activated, I no longer need you. I am having you all erased. How dare you? Only obstacle that kept me from my goals was Cain. He was the one person who had total control of the people and thus was my greatest nemesis. The only person who could terminate Cain was Cain himself. That's why I created a copy of Cain. Ramses acted exactly as I predicted, killing Cain. Now, there is no one who can stop me, and I'm not interested in your power or authority. Did you really think you were acting on your own free will? You were all just parts of the system. Created only as weapons of invasion and oppression. You were just terminal interface weapons. You can become God and you're... God? Who said you'd be God? Impertinence. We're humans. We are created to be terminal interfaces of God. It is the same for you, who are once humans. Man cannot become God. We can only entrust ourselves to God. Ridiculous. Going against the Mother. I've not gone against her. It is the will of the other Mother. You think you can eliminate us and still revive God? It can be done. Your genes were scattered in order to keep the world alive after the fall in the days of destruction. Those genes live on today within the humans. The anima vessels and the recipients of their alignment, the animus, and also the persona. Hold on, my cat wants out. Alright, Alright, got him. By combining these with my nanomachines, humans will become living beings very much the equivalent of you. Actually, they may far surpass you in becoming a worthy terminal interfaces for God. So you are no longer of any use to me. Deus, the physical manifestation of God, only wants results. The means are insignificant to him. So this is my ARC plan, my Project Noah. Corelli. May all your worries cease. Rest in peace, ancestors of mortal man. Now it's just you and I, Sophia. It's powerless. All I could do was stand by and watch as they took Ellie away from me. I am powerless. What are you doing there? Oh, it's you. I wasn't able to beat Groff. I didn't stand a chance against him. It was obvious from the start. It was impossible to try to defeat a monster machine like that to begin with. And Ellie, why was she so damn foolish? I implicitly told her not to come. I told her to run away. She had to have known it was a trap. Yeah, she won't be able to defeat him like that. As long as you continue fighting with that kind of attitude, that is. The reason you lost and that young lady was taken was because of your pride. Weren't you depending far too much on the power of your machine? Not to mention that new id power you're now able to control. What is Groff's source of power? His machine? His technique? His experience? I do not think so. This is feelings. His heart. His feelings are dominated by his resentment and his hatred of this world. That hatred is his source of power. Your feelings weren't focused enough to fight off Groff. Same. Hey Brownie, what's up? That is why you cannot win. Your feelings must be in the right place. That is strength. I'm not surprised you lost. Exhausted 5 hours of Beat Saber again today? Damn, that's one hell of a workout. Seeing as you do not understand the true meaning of strength. Wiseman. That young lady. The only thing in her heart was her desire to save you all. She set aside her fear and piloted that machine. It was because she had such strong feelings that you are all still alive. That's what I think. Of course, you have been defeated. However, that doesn't mean it's over. How do you plan on responding to her feelings? It's now your turn to save her, is it not? One dog, one. Well, what are you going to do, Faye? I need to, like, make a pet door for my door. That way they can just come in and out whenever they want. I'm going to. In order to save Ellie, we began to search desperately for her whereabouts. About 2 weeks later, we found her. Using the data obtained from Raziel and his own nanomachine technology, Krelian had begun the construction of God's Ark, Kava. Its completion was imminent. To prevent its activation and to rescue Ellie, we headed for Merkava. Oh shit, the Voltron folks. Elements. You again? You girls thinking of going in there too? Don't get any wrong ideas there. We're here to help our commander. Miang and Krellian have been manipulating his emotions for the sole purpose of eliminating the Emperor. We simply want to free the commander from those bonds so that he may be saved. It's neither for the sake of the world, nor for the sake of your girlfriend, Elhang. We have no intentions of fighting on the same side as you. Fine. You have your own battles to fight, and we have ours. Let's leave it at that. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on my counter. Let me do that. I just realized that. You don't know how many more ICs we get. But if things get out of hand, you head back. We'll handle it. Yeah, the Naruhodo calendar. We'll make you eat those words. You wait and see. We entered inside of Merkava, and while fighting back units of weapons that self-regenerated through the use of nanomachines, we headed for the central core, and then, once again, Ramses appeared before us. It kind of reminds... You know, I was watching G Gundam recently, just for the hell of it, and just hearing about machines self-regenerating just made me think about, like, the Dark Gundam and its regenerating machines. Yeah, that's what I heard too. Story time, yeah. Well, I mean, this is a cool environment. Oh, okay. I can change out my party here. I don't... You know, as much as I like Bart, I don't want him in my party. Let's do Elmerelda this time. Oh. Where's this go? Chopbot. Looks like the shaft somehow connects to the outside. We don't have time to turn back. Let's hurry ahead. What are you buying? I think he still has the same character items. Same stuff. For AR. I should change out my frame healers, because that does eat up a lot of fuel. I'll change that out. If you sell an ether armors, then I'm probably guessing whatever's here is gonna use ether attacks. I don't know why I had that to begin with. I'm so dumb I've ever bought that. Let's use 30 this time. Hmm. I want to, but ugh. Wait, where's the 30% one? Here it is. Oh, here. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the right one. I can't remember what let's see, power magic was for ether attacks, wasn't it? Yeah. I'm not gonna be using... I don't think I'm gonna be using any ether attacks, am I? Oh shit, yeah, she needs a healer. That's what. There we go. Let's do a quick tune-up just in case. Every time I change my shit out, sometimes it's either low on fuel or low on HP, so better safe than sorry. Okay. Alright, everything looks good. Been waiting for you, Faye. Ramses? I liked his other gear better, the gold one. Faye, if only you hadn't have been born. We're going to settle this now. Stop it, Ramses. What reason is there to continue fighting me? What are you fighting for? Why do you always have a bone to pick with me? Tell me why. It's all because of you. If only you hadn't come in and destroyed my prospects in life. My life was given to me within a nanoreactor in Krellian's laboratory. To be born as a superior being above all humans. Then... What the hell is this model? It does look weird. It's like a mech on top of a mech and it gives it weird ears. This time your body is young. The previous one got too old. Like boobed. God, that fucking image. And the name? Karen. But individual names have no meaning to me. Karen. So what brings you here? Is that thing inside the nanoreactor there the one? Huh? Oh. Recognition code 0808191. Ramses. Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact. What's its status? It has entered the so-called first growth stage. From now until the binding, its growth will be several times faster than that of an ordinary human. But its psychological development will be a little difficult to control. It is a replica, so that is to be expected. It is moving. Can it hear us? Yes, it already has a will of its own. Then I have a better way. Let us dispose of it. You do not need this. You have my child. My child will be 4 this year. Your having a child is significant? Yes. I checked it out. There is no mistake. It is a contact. What's its name? My child's name is Faye. So you understand what this means. Corresponding antitype is... Yes, probably already born somewhere. The final one. Then this thing is worthless. Yes, totally useless. Chase after it, boy. A love that's unattainable for you, no matter how hard you try to pursue it. Till then... Because of your existence, I was discarded. I was destined to be the representative of God, having the might of the Emperor. I was destined to be the ultimate existence, having the power to exercise absolute control over all. But I lost it all because of you. My mother? How do you know her? Ramses! Commander, please stop this. Commander, if what you say is true, then is that even more of a reason not to fight? You were just used by Krellian and... Silence. You. Even you dare to censor me. I saved you from nearly becoming a test subject, and now you turn on me? You're mistaken. We're only thinking of your best interests. Silence. Ultimately, only I can help myself. I'm the only one that can correct this. This is the end for you. On guard, because here I come, Faye. Miser, HP equal to 1. Oh, Christ. Oh, that's bullshit. Jeez, that 45%? God damn it. shit, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I meant to... whatever. Fuck. I'll turn it off next round. Power loss. Oh, bullshit. Shit. I don't want him sucking up all the fuel. Trying to get in hyper mode. Come on, hyper mode. Oh, here we go. Fucking damn it. Of course. Get it. Oh, fucking damn it, really? A chance it. Just like the little flick. Oh! Golden vest. Well, what's this? What is this place? This is where Carl was born, and where his hatred of you is forged. Who's there? Oh, okay. What is this? That's Ellie. Oh no, she's crucified. Ellie. I would have liked to have been able to commend you for making it here. But your efforts were all in vain. The resurrection of Deus is imminent. Sacrificing this girl would bring about the awakening of God. What are you talking about? Why does Ellie have to be sacrificed? There's no need for you to know. For all of you, it will all end here. So a boss fight after a boss fight? Oh, fuck me. This fight has to be done very carefully, especially after the last one. Alright. Adieu, boys. Oh, fuck me. Really need for Faye to start stocking up his fuel. And well, if he gets hit, he gets hit. I need him to still store up his fuel too. She's good on it, but still. Oh shit. Defense down, other attack down. She won't do very much damage if you don't attack and stay charging. Okay, alright, so we'll just charge until we're all set. Hey Rock Bottomless, how you doing? Shit. You know, I should have slapped on that A charge on Faye. Good? That's good. I had a very chill weekend. Maybe I could fix her frame up a little bit more, because she definitely seems to be a heavy hitter when hyper-moded. Just gotta keep charging. Try and get to 4,000 for Faye, maybe. No, it'd probably take long. Or maybe somewhere around 3,000. Now what the cat wants it. Well, at least doing this does give us a little bit of breathing room to, like, replenish in a way. Even though it's a little time consuming, it's still kind of a little anxiety inducing, but still a bit of a breather. Oh my god, Kitty, what are you going about? Am I not giving you enough attention? I don't know if my mic's picking up, but he just wouldn't stop meowing. So Satan's pretty good at fuel. I just need to bump Faye up a little bit more. Unless well, after I heal Faye, I might see if I can sneak Esmeralda to hyper mode. Sorry, my neighbor texted me. I just wanted to see what they wanted. Playing a game in one hand, petting a cat with the other. Multitasking. Slowly getting there. Taking a while to get booty pets. How much was it again? What's the calculator? I'll charge a couple more times. But I don't think I'm gonna have Faye do the damage. He's gonna have to sit back for this one. Almost at 3,000. A fluffy cat. Slowly getting there. Yeah, Weltall 2 is so fuel demanding, so it makes sense it has less for this fight. Emerald here's a good pick here because she has like twice the ether defense of anyone in the game. Oh, okay. She definitely hits hard too, especially when hyper moded. Alright, tell him to whip out the calculator. I'm just seeing when I should finally attack or how long I should charge, because I know I do have to heal Faye. That, or make him a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, Faye may not survive this fight, but that's okay. Alright. Alright, I'll heal him right here. On Emerald, have fuel for an emergency frame prop and for attacks. Alright. So let's charge until she does that wave thing again. I don't know, it feels fresh after she does that. Okay, now we can do the attack. Hope they have hyper mode real quick. I get dicey not healing more, but it's fine. Yeah. I was kind of debating with healing Satan too. Maybe I should. Next one. It's gonna bite me in the ass, but next one. Should be able to survive one of those? Okay. Come on, hyper mode. I see a 30% chance. Oh, there we go. Eee, that one hit hard. On hyper mode. The closer to death she gets, her speed goes, oh my god. I'm debating if I should system id or heal. Try and get hits in. Yeah, fuck it. He's... I designated him to die, so fuck it. This is what happens, you got fuel? Yeah. Alright, I need this fella to heal. That hit hard. Not at the machine. You're worried now, though? Oh, really? 50%. God damn. Oh shit, he's hyper-moded. Oh, I thought I defeated her at first. I was like, what? Like, my heart's pounding right now. I'm like, oh god. Charge fuel or attack? I could try and get this fight over with. It's probably gonna die, so either way. Alright. You're right. Oh. Oh shit. Ah, she's still not hyper-moded. Her not attacking yet just kind of makes me nervous. I'm like, oh lord. I'm gonna heal here. Yeah, I'm gonna heal here. I just have that feeling. Yep, I was right. Alright, Faye, you're down. Alright, good. 25% chance. Still good on fuel. Or should we charge up on this round? Safe bet? Alright, yeah. Alright. Oh, he can charge more fuel. What? Oh, fuck. I should have attacked. Oh shit, she's hyper-moded. Alright, well, I'm gonna heal her. If Satan goes down, it's fine. We'll have Emeralda carry. Satan, you're gonna have to take the L here. Oh, he's not hyper-moded, so yeah, he's gonna have to take the L. Oh fuck, I'm not gonna make this. I don't think I'm gonna make this boss fight. She must be close. Shit. Alright, well, if we die, we take the L. We have to do it all over again. Let's do it. I don't mind. I don't mind. Alright, we're gonna lose. It's fine. Have to fight the Ramses again, though. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna fill my water bottle. Yeah, rip. That's okay. We'll just try and skip all that dialogue, though. I've already read it out loud, so... That's the true Xenogear experience, though. Can't say how many times I had to watch that dialogue. Yeah. Ugh. Let me change my equipment. And let me put power... yeah, power thingy on her. Power... magic, I think. There it is. Alright, let's save that. Let's see how that turns out. Alright, I'm gonna smash X as much as possible. Just save it gets all the weight on those freaking doors. Can just once so far, soon to be twice. Just gotta get good and watch someone else lose. Yeah, let's get good. Alright, time for button mashing. Can you imagine, like, how many kids playing this back in the day just getting so pissed off by losing and have to sit through all this again? The Mega Man X games? I've never played them, but yes, I have heard how bad they are. Well, I think a couple of them were bad. Alright, now fight this fucker again. Come on, hyper mode RNG Jesus. This thing loves to eat up fuel. I'm not gonna have Faye fight this one. offended. Oh shit. Is he blazing it? See if I can break it. Alright, cool, we broke it. On hyper mode. Nice. No, hold on, that's still it. Whoops. I thought it was Emeralda for a sec. Come on. She's got it. Of course, the accuracy's down, so I'm probably gonna miss. Oh no. Oh my god, RNG is good to me. Thank you, RNG Jesus. This might be the run. Alright, gotta skip more dialogue. Whew. Let's see if I can do this. RNG was good for the Ramses fight. Let's hope it's sweet to us in this fight. Alright, let's charge in. Actually, heal and then charge up. Alright, now charge up times. Could save the id power for the very last. That's what I'll probably do next time. See if I can try and hyper mode both Emeralda and Citan. Or just Emeralda. Preferably Emeralda.
Slowly building up. Taking my sips while I'm at it. What's the multiplier of her hitting me back every time I hit her? That's what I'm a little curious about. I'm trying to think of how much I can chip damage till I hyper mode, until I also heal. Pepper in some attacks to build towards 3 on each gear, and then she'll do a lighter ether attack. Or should, anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm a little curious about. She don't do much. Won't do much. She won't do much unless she's on low HP. Yeah,
judging how she beat me up, I think she was on low health and she just goes ham. Yo, Sully, what's up? I'm, fighting a double boss fight. And if I lose, I'll have to sit through the conversation all over again and then start from scratch. Oh, it's 5:23 a.m. over there? Oh boy. Well, I lost the first time, so this is my second attempt. The first half was actually pretty good, so I'm kind of unsure about the second half. I think when I have him to 2,000, I will start attacking. We'll do some chip damage. Until I can try and get Satan and Emeralda to hyper mode. They can become real annoying in the second half. Oh yeah, definitely. Especially when she's low on health. She'll start spamming attacks. That's gonna fuck me over. She's doing 0 damage right now with this attack because I'm not hitting her. Right now I'm feeling paranoid. It's an ether attack. Alright, I'm gonna wait for her to do that wave again. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's do chip damage. You keep charging. Chip damage. Keep charging. All right, what's it gonna be? That's a lot. could smack and then charge. I have no idea what's happening. Right now, if you can see on the like little right-hand side where all these little texts are, it says hyper mode 15%. That means I have a 15% chance of entering hyper mode, which means I can do big boy damage. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying not to hit this boss too much, otherwise it's gonna bite me in the ass. And I'm also trying to conserve my fuel, otherwise it's gonna bite me in the ass again. 10%. Ugh. Come on, RNGesus, you were so kind to me before. Please show me this kindness again. Well, sufficient damage doing level 1 attacks and that attack level 3. You could sustain 3 of them in a row. Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So I gotta attack her like 3 times? Guess you're wrong. Yeah. I'll try this chance. %. Fuck me. Alright, he's hyper-moded. Charge 3 turns, frame HP, that would be the safest. Okay, I'll go with that. She's still not hyper-moded. How's life going for me? Crazy. At work. She's still not hyper-moded. Really resigned from being America's greatest superhero? Really? It's not too bad. This would be my last turn. I'll charge. Oh, finally she's hyper-moded. Really taking a break from all the complaints. Oh, really? Hey, Blapstream, what's up? We are playing Xenogears, and we're doing this, boss. It is so stress-inducing. We lost already once to her, and I'm kind of worried about losing to her again. So far, we're not attacking her on the second round. This, oh, it's a two-bosser. Once you beat one boss, you have to fight this one, and you don't get any chance to recover. Thank you for the jeer, man. Oh boy. I'm feeling so stressed out over this boss. Ugh. I think I might have to have Emeralda and Fade to attack. Maybe I might get it. Let's charge this round. My pulse is racing. Let's do it. I'm gonna regret this. This is what's causing me anxiety right now. I'm going on chance. thank God he didn't get any damage. I think I could do this. Come on, Orange Jesus. Oh, she's not hyper-moded. Shit. Ugh. I'm sorry. Just kind of thinking. Because if I do the wrong things, I'm gonna get effed. I was hoping she'd be hyper-moded just once more. Take my time? Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. The stress. That's a good one. That's actually a good idea, booster. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I read that. So I'm gonna have to YOLO this. So you already had the 5,000 damage done before, so... 2 more hits, 10,000, 15,000. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. Fuck. What was the last damage I did? 5,000 something? Let's do this. A 15k more damage, maybe less, she'll go ham. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get it. I got one more turn for Faye. I don't know how much, how hard her ether attacks would hit. Damn, that's the thing about JRPGs, you really gotta think. If it goes all out in hyper mode, you could always charge at frame again, play it safe. Yeah, no, you're right. I gotta unbooster her then. Meanwhile, you just play card games in FF8 and obliterate the last boss. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just charge fuel. Oh, I forgot to unbooster him. Whoops. Yeah, whatever. Why is he still in id mode? Like, well, I know he doesn't have the attack power of id, but he's like got the little wings. Okay, that's not bad, not bad. Oh god damn, I forgot to unbooster him again. I gotta stop doing that. Booster off. Good. System id cosmetic only. Ugh. I feel like my adrenaline pumping now. Just knowing if I mess up to this boss, it could really F me over so bad. Alright, once I fueled Faye enough, we could system id and see if we can try and take her out very fast while Satan and Emeralda are trying to get to their thing. Oh my goodness, this is the worst boss. Well, and Puppy wants in. Buddy. I think if I did go with my previous plan of just going ham at the final minute, I probably would have backed myself into a corner. See, 3 times. If I do Kishin 3 times, maybe I could beat her. With Satan and what's her name doing backup damage. Let's raise phase fuel just a little bit more. Or I can system id and use that to charge up my fuel faster. I can probably do that. I forgot by how much. Let's do that. I'll use system id just to fuel up. So that's 300 per turn. Gotta spin fuel to make fuel, right? No, that didn't do much of a difference. Alright, well, we're kind of back to where we started. But I wanted to see how much I make back. I'm gonna try and get him up to like in the 2000s for fuel. That way I can boost and then be in system id. Well, maybe 2000s or 3000, I don't know. Ton's pretty good on fuel. Once I'm all set, this is all or nothing. If she does wreck me again, I might swap out Satan with Billy, and I can just abuse the Jesse cannon. Getting there. Gears cannons, Jesse blows up everything in this too by human cannon calling them. Yeah. That thing's pretty tough when you put the ether doubler on them. I thought about bringing not Jesse, Billy over, but I have never given Emeralda a chance. Alright, once Faye's all charged, I'll try and boost him and then use System id. This is gonna be the final, chance. If I can get hits in with Faye, I'm gonna try and charge as much fuel as I can because I know those boosters are gonna eat up fuel too. Kami has been defeated on Twitter. Yeah, I've heard. His power to block was so powerful, he blocked himself. Should have let a PR person speak. Ugh. It's company hubris. Let's get this to 220 and then I think I will system id. I think Faye's second turn I will... Charge 2, why not? Here we go! All or nothing. I want her to use her wave. Never mind then. Just gonna hit hard this time. Boy, this is gonna hurt. Or not. I'm still nervous. Oh, you missed, you bitch. My heart's pounding so much right now. Yes! Oh my god! Why are we powerful? Oh my god! Oh, we did it! Oh, thank Executor Gown, nice! Oh, oh my god. My heart's pounding so much. Well then, let's start over from the beginning again. Do you think you can beat me this time? Don't you fucking dare, please? What the? But I defeated you. Unless you can decompose her atomic structure, you can't stand much of a chance. Normal attacks are futile against one who has the ability to regenerate, using nanomachines. My hands are like shaking, my legs are shaking. Now the time has come for the Great Awakening. Is our Omnigears? Damn, what's going on? Huh? Hey, is that... our Omni... No, that's not it. Is that our anima relics? Is it trying to detach the anima relics from our Omnigears? I guess flashing lights warning. Oh no, the anime relics! Hey, it's just swallowing up our anima relics. Yeah, they're eating up all the little figurines. It seems the anima relics have fallen into the hands of the enemy. This is the true meaning of the anima relics. To attain their respective animus and return to the persona, you'll get my hollow figurines over my dead body. Oh shit. Hey, Behringer, what's up? Oh, is my trigger fire not working? Hold on, give me a second. Why it's not playing? That's weird. Let me try refreshing it. I'm gonna try and get this thing to work.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Okay, I fixed it. Now you can play it again. To attain their respective anima. Woo, hello, derailing. To attain their respective oh yeah, I just read that. Anima relics are really one set of parts that make up Deus, the physical manifestation of God. The moment has passed. Sorry about that, I just noticed it wasn't playing, so I needed to fix it. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner. Omnigear that has lost its respective anima relic is but a puppet. It becomes a mere vessel or container in which there is no contents. Also, mates, and this girl too was destined to become one with God. You see, Elihaim is really one of the parts of God as well. What the hell are you talking about? Put simply, you serve to help bring all the parts of God together, here, for me. You're a bunch of stupid fools. It's as if you're all clowns. You're not a clown, you're an entire circus. You believe the legend of how our world and the universe was created? But the Ministry and I fabricated that very myth a long time ago to suit our purposes. It's a lie. How can that be true? I think you'll find that your friends' Omnigears are all dead too. I'm talking about your friends who split up and took a different path than you into this place. They were all parts of God that were disassembled in the past, but once again are all gathered here. Yes, is indeed the time for the resurrection of God. What was it all for? Everything that I've done up until now. Ramses? It's just you. What are you doing here, Car? What about me? My existence? What was its purpose? There was only one purpose to your existence, to eliminate Emperor Cain. Cain's will had become too much like that of humans. He was too concerned about them. He had forgotten his mission to revive God. That is why you were created. You were only made to remove our main hindrance, Cain. But as the original living being, Cain had absolute power. To make you turn on Cain, it was necessary to focus your mind on a single point. However, being an artificial life form, you were mentally unstable. That is why we used Faye's existence. Resentment. That is the source of your strength. And you have excelled superbly at fulfilling our expectations of you. But we no longer have any more use of you. Haven't you realized that yet? You're a piece of trash, and being the reject that you are, why don't you just leave? Yeah, mentally unstable, not like us, completely mentally sound humans. I'm normal. What was I born for? What was I living for? That excuse for a life. Why, you aren't even human. Now, what to do with the lot of you? Well, I can't just kill you all, seeing you've all served me so well. Nice. So as a reward, I'll allow you to be sacrificed too, to be assimilated into Deus along with this girl. Oh! Ramses! You just stabbed the bitch! Good. That's how I've wanted it, Car. I am fated so as to not be able to kill myself. Now all my wishes have come true, thanks to you. Miang. We recycled into pizza boxes. Well, where I'm from, you can't recycle pizza boxes because of all the grease, so that makes Ramses even more trash. Box fort. Oh, recycle him into pizza boxes? Hey, sorry we're late. Our Omni gears broke down. Anyway, let's hurry up and save Ellie. Gaze upon my final form, the pizza box! Inside the pizza box is Hawaiian pizza. Yes, I know. Hang in there, Ellie. I'm letting you down now. Is that a gunshot? Oh shit! Anime scenes look really goddamn good. Hey, now you hang in there. She took my gun. Why'd you do that, Ellie? Ellie? What happened to you? How could you? You tell me she's been brainwashed. It has nothing to do with brainwashing. What the fuck is this rat doing here? Get out. Get out, Choo-Choo. The majority of my body is compromised of a nanomachine colony. A nanomachine colony. Not only for longevity, but also to unify with the mother. So don't be surprised, this much damage can be recovered rather quickly. Unify with the mother? Nano, son. That girl, Elheim, is our mother. Yes, I am the mother of all humans. Ellie? What are you babbling on about? Snap out of it, Ellie. You're as dense as usual, but I don't blame you. So be it. I will explain to you all about it. This Deus, the one you call God, is an interplanetary invasion weapon system that was built in ancient times by humans from another planet. It was created as an automatic weapon, which could act upon its own will to take control of a targeted planet. But you should have known this much from looking at the Raziel records. Anyway, during a test run, Deus became uncontrollable. It released its power and annihilated a whole planet. Creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat, and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, its core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary emigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. Becoming aware of this, the disassembled Deus resisted. It tried to take over the passenger ship that was transporting it. Leave immigrants alone. However, as a last line of defense against the escape of Deus, its creators unexpectedly destroyed the whole ship, sending it crashing to this planet. They were freaking Skynet. Deus knew that it would not be able to get away from the explosion or the imminent impact, and so it detached its core from the Zohar power reactor. Zohar? Yes, Zohar. It is what drives all the gears on this planet. It is the master generator that transmits its energy into the slave generators in our gears. It is also the source of all the aether power that the inhabitants of this planet utilize. By utilizing the energy displacements caused by actualizing potential future phenomenon, this Zohar modifier has the ability to produce infinite amounts of energy. Source of all our aether power? Are you saying all our energy comes from that one power reactor or engine? Yes, but there is more. The core that was detached from Zohar, the biological computer Katamoni, crashed onto this primitive planet. Did she just say it borrows energy from the future on credit? I guess so. It activated Persona, its life support plant that can generate organic material. Is it a MasterCard or Visa? Using this, it prepared for itself a genetic-based system for the day when Deus would be resurrected. Thus, the first humans were created from there, Emperor Cain and the elders of the Gazel Ministry. Are you saying the Emperor and them Gazel geezers were born from Deus? Do you know why the Gazel Ministry desired the anima relics and your bodies? Well, here's the reason. Before becoming human, the bodies of the Ministry were once part of the organic elements in the core circuit that made up Deus. There were two types of organic elements. The female type was called anima, while the male type was called animus. They are also created with the added ability to become mobile weapons by merging with machinery that was suited for use as terminal interface weapons for Deus. In other words, those Omni Gears you were using were one form of such weapons. The Ministry, which were Animus, were to become one again with their separated anima at the time of the resurrection of God. But in a war 500 years ago, they all lost their physical bodies. It was then that they decided to extract their own genetic factor from certain individuals of their human descendants who carried the appropriate sets of DNA. God damn it. So each of them could become one with their respective anima again. There you go, there's another unifying. Descendants? And we're all... Yes, you humans are all descendants of Cain in the Gazel ministry. They were born from the persona, gave birth, and propagated. They followed their inbuilt program to someday resurrect the heavily damaged Deus. All the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus? Yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans? Those were all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus. Humans are parts for God. Yes, almost all the people are destined to become parts for Deus. You people gathered here are all different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Krillian compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to humans living through multiple generations. That deficiency in the human factor was made up for by the nanomachines created by Krillian. Nanomachine, son. Not only that, but his nanomachines added additional functions. Deus has thus evolved into the perfect weapon. Ellie, what's happened? Why, do you know all that? I'm Miang, Keeper of Time, representative of our god, Deus. It's nanomachines now, yeah, that's right. I was born to guide the people toward the path of the resurrection of Deus. It's ridiculous. Miang was just... You're limited in your ability to understand. Miang's factor exists within all women. The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. When the previous one dies, somewhere another Miang is awakened. It is programmed into all women's DNA to be that way. Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. That Miang over there and I are the same existence. We are all parts of Deus, all caretakers of humans. Let's end this discussion now. Deus has awakened. I am one of the parts that composes Deus, hence I must become one with it. There you go, unifying. Ellie, why did it have to be you? Miang is a part of Deus. Why did it not happen earlier? It's still not enough for her to just have awakened. Although she may be Miang, she still isn't the true Miang. True Miang? You stabbed me, Daddy. Let's go, Krillian. All that is left to do is to vanquish this planet's civilization and return it to how it was. Who has this? Booyah PSMD. Nice. That's pretty funny. Oh, a Dead by Daylight Michael Myers mains channel. Nice. Please stab me, Daddy. Then I can complete my unification of the final fragment of Deus, the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that fell upon this planet and became our genesis, and now our apocalypse. Eradication of civilization? What is the purpose of doing that? Who knows? The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That's why they must be eliminated. I'm just programmed to act in this way. Come, it is time for the awakening of the true mother. Please, wait. Ellie. Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening. Why is Billy's gear there? I didn't use Billy. Ellie. Wait, Faye! Not release the system. Titan, wait! Only endangering ourselves. Let's get out of here for now. Oh, FMV. Rip. Save current day. Yes, please, for the love of God, I don't want to fight that boss again. This is fine. Holy shit, I don't want to fight that boss again. Let me refill my water bottle. That was a lot of dialogue. Oh, fuck's sake. From the controller. It's just staring at me. Alright, I got my water bottle filled up. Continue the game, yes. Cutscene long enough to potentially crash during No! Please, God, no! God, the interplanetary invasion system, Deus, had awakened and its arc, Merkava, was activated. Deus began to absorb, one after the other, the mutated people, destined to become its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it. To exterminate us and our civilization, it set into action. The planet's surface was devastated by Merkava, and the weapons born from it is called the Seraph Angels. God, this looks so much like that scene in End of Evangelion, with all the other Eva units. The winged ones. The mass production Evas. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had hitherto been lost. Along with his gear, Veltal, discovered together at the place where Merkava was originally located. We're overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. The people of Shavat, and we ourselves, feared a relapse of Faye's, no, Id's power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Gonna become one with everything. Your Majesty, why do the people of Shavat fear Faye so much? You have Groff and Id's power are comparable. It's pure softlock RNG. Seen a lot of streamers spend a lot of time getting past the fight. But yeah, I was afraid of that happening. It is not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed. And now we're simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you yourselves committed. Shavat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power. Fearing the war-torn people... I'm sorry, I got tongue-tied. Fearing the war-torn people's will would no longer be with Shavat, but with the Nissan Mother. And that the people would assemble under Sophia. The Council of Elders of Shavat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazel Ministry to be exact, were at odds with a woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Oh, me? No, I haven't run into any game freezes. No. Somebody told me of that chance, and I was afraid of it happening, but no, I managed to power through it. I'm playing on the PlayStation 2. So I wouldn't say, like, original, but it is hardware. But this... Another thing I was afraid of was this game glitching out, because when I was at Solaris, the game glitched out on me and I had to reset. So that was one of my biggest fears until after this boss fight, was the game glitching out on me. Would that happen to have been Miang? Most probably it was. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling in the sun, the Gazel Ministry schemed to hand over to us their antagonist, Miang, and promised the division of the rulership over the Earth's surface. In exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that assembled in the sun, and also their patron, Sophia. The leaders of Shavat accepted, and it was decided that Nisan would be the location to final decisive battle with Solaris. Shavat did not participate in that battle. Thwarted by the awesome numbers of the Solarian army, and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nisan rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Caught up in the middle of all this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor Roni, myself, and Krelian. You were also there? Yes, surrounded on all sides, we were prepared to die. And then the rebel forces' flagship appeared with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself as to create a path for our retreat. Sophia's ship headed straight for the enemy's main ship on a suicide attack. Gotta do like the old school filtering. Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death forever changed the fate of two men. Krelian, who followed closely under her as the leader of the Nisan Sex militia, completely lost faith after calling out to a god that would not respond. I will create God with my own hands, were the last words he uttered before he disappeared. And Lacan, He resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him, so he began to search for the legendary power. Legendary power? God's resting place, Mahanan, the source of divine wisdom, Raziel, and the anima relics, which were created by that very wisdom. Besides these, there is one more legend. And that is... Zohar. Zohar? It's the same name as the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that Miang spoke of, saying it was the infinite energy of... ugh. I don't know why I'm getting tongue-tied tonight. Saying was the infinite energy source of God, Deus. You know what? You got a point there, Veringer. What she claimed is also the source of our ether powers and the driving force of all our gears. It would have to be the one and the same thing. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It said that only who has the correct destiny would be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power. Lacan became Groff, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. Now, Faye, the one who has the same power as Groff. We just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. I think that boss fight fried my brain. Groff, the man once known as Lacan, sought after the power of Zohar. The one who has the same power as Groff, Faye. I had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power. And that presentiment became reality this whole time. Zoltar, that little, quarter wizard that tells you your future. The guy from Dude, Where's My Car? Dude's been Han Solo'd. Where am I? Who am I? This is my memory? Doc. Bart. Rico. Billy. Wiseman. Groff. Everyone. My memories. Ellie? Mother? Who are you? Surprise. That's pretty clever. You're id? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you, the fake personality, to create a fourth persona. Fourth persona? You can't feel anything. You shut up inside your ego. Depressing facts and truths you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desire to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. And so you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Fae. The name doesn't matter. He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body. But it is a useless form of resistance. Come with me. Wait, what are you doing? He has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. You coming too? Come on, guys, heat up. Haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have ya? Well, this is also due to my business savvy. What's wrong, Lacan? You look kinda down. What's bothering you? Are you worried about something? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait. Sophia? You mean your childhood friend who's now the Holy Mother Nassan? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a child. She went to the clinic there for convalescence. Like one of his French girls. She was frail. So, what are you worried about painting her for? She does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first. When she heard I would be the painter, she turned around and agreed. That's what I don't understand. I see. Then she must like you. What are you talking about? That's how women are, right, Krellian? Hey, Krill! Huh? What's up? You're not having any? It's ready to eat. Why would they like me? Yeah. Holy Mother Nassan, huh? What, are you out to offend divine providence or something, Lacan? Cut it out. It's not like that. Alright, he's gonna do a man speech. I can definitely tell that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna do a man speech. Oh, never mind. You gotta lighten up a little. Okay, I guess no man speech. Sophia first showed me what books are the best way to calm the heart. And now I'm hooked on reading. Not trying to brag, but I've learned a lot of things I never knew before. Lately I've been reading this. What is it? Hooked on phonics? Something I borrowed from Meliquar. It's about a form of molecular engineering, nanotechnology. So this is where the no-no machines come from? You mean the no-no mahines? I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zeboim civilization. It's a copy of someone's research report, but it's incomplete. I think there were even more wonderful things written in it, but we'll never know now. Yeah, he learned it from reading. The Reading Rainbow. What's wrong? You don't look so good. You seem melancholy almost every day. Has something happened? I don't know. I just can't paint right now. Sorry, but do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. It is not good to push yourself too hard. Let you rest up for a little while. I'll have Krellian take you. Even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me, even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who looked at me with fear in their eyes. She was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one who taught me what that was and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. What are you doing, Lacan? Oh, it's you, Krellian. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? It's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? Khan? Her smile, it's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being become insignificant. So in my heart, there's this empty existence. Other than the painting, I have no worth. Yet she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her one more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. As the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brushstrokes. I was meant to be painting her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. That's why I've got to stop now. Our own self? You're just running away. You can't bear it when she smiles at you. Painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your own inner emptiness and her inner abundance. And you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting. You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it that she continues to smile at you? You who can't accept her feelings. You who won't accept her feelings. Tell me why. It was me who was receiving such feelings. Oh, he's simping for her. We all saw this coming back at the campfire. You're neglecting yourself too much. Why aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? Is this really her true expression? Yeah, to people who don't know her that well, I guess. Her smile, I don't know. The smile in this picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. I realize Lacan's feelings are in there, but I don't think she has ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. Yeah, I saw her Omni gear. The one that Ellie rode when she was fighting those, two guys. Too many chefs were in the portrait. You've been painting such a beautiful expression of Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you want to stop. Beautiful? Forget it. This picture, it's anything but beautiful. Makan, you say you're empty, then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up till now are not just acts of mercy, it's a fight for freedom. Time and again, you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? Ronnie, you're giving me too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can ignore the hollowness inside. At the beginning, my very existence itself was an emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Pessimistic as usual, Okan, and now you're lying. It's just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she shows only you her true smile. I don't deserve to see her true smile. She's the hope of the people, their support. There's so much more for her to do. Why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me? Bro! Hey bro, what are you doing here? What's up? The Council of Elders of Shavat issued a decision. Tomorrow, we will leave for Soylent. Soylent? That's in Solaris. Yes, and Sophia will be coming with us. It's ridiculous. The refugees are still increasing. We can't afford to have Sophia leading us on. Going to Soylent? It's plain foolish. It's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears that she expressed this desire herself. It can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we talked about it just being just us. Just us. My throat's drying up. Sophia! Sophia. Khan, what are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. Kick her awake. I'll protect her, even if it cost me my life. Why don't you go get some rest, Krell? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over her, so you go sleep. What will we do if you also fall ill? Do not forget, you are the head of the sect's military forces. Okay, I suppose you're right. I guess it's fine. It's not a problem, I can stop whenever I want. He's got Edward Elric hair. I just now noticed that. Ellie, I'm so sorry. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. No, no, her name is Ellie, but she's called Sophia because it's like, you know how popes get named? It's kind of like that for the Ellie in this area. She's called Sophia. It's basically her pope name. It's terrified. It was like you could see right through me. God damn it, Brownie. Your eyes, that look. What was me that was being reflected back in your eyes? I was looking at myself and thus painting myself. Couldn't stand it, so that's why... Oh, Ellie, what in the heavens did you find inside of me? You wake up, I think I'll ask you that. On second thought, no. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, I wouldn't be able to ask you. One look into your eyes and I can't say a thing. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You're the sweetest person. You're someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions. So you hold everything in and bear all the burden. You get hurt in the end, you think that is fine. Bonks for all of you, chat. That's what I like about you. Stop, don't say that. If you become just another human, everyone will... Humans aren't all that frail, you know. They don't need a symbol who's just appearances only. I believe that if you have light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What have I been doing? What I have been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. I'm just a woman. To fulfill my womanhood, I'm prepared to throw away anything. Even this position. Just playing the role of Sophia, but I'm still me. I haven't changed. That cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Lacan, I want to live more honestly with myself. To be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him, and I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. I only have one life, YOLO. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. Oh, Krellian herd. Jelly. You think I'll let it end here? They're not their possessions. A campfire. Yeah. A campfire. We get this scene again. Sophia, what are you doing? I'm ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. So, Krellian, please open your fist, and with your open hand, gently hold the people who will continue to live. Don't be foolish. We'll help you escape, so please stop. Thank you, Lacan, but sorry. There's no other way. Ellie! We'll support each other to live. It's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness and please, Lacan, live. Please. I'm not yelling. Because I don't live alone. Live, be happy, find legendary power to be happy, you know? They were sacrificed as pawns. In order to protect their own authority, Sophia was... Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals? Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said, you just have faith to the path to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? If we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. R/atheist. Faith in God. Do not look for it on the outside, for it is something one must build within oneself. I see. That's it. We hit the nice number. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. Krellian. Sophia, please guide me. I'll destroy all such pretenses of love for you. Good talk. I'm glad you get it. We need to gather all our surviving comrades. We'll never beat them if we fight them individually. So let's create a country that can someday stand up against them. What are you gonna do, Lacan? Lee? This bitch. Lee had power. You could have saved her. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power. Don't you want to become the absolute being? Excuses. There. That's what I've sought after. Oh wait, that's not what I want. No, this is my very desire. Live. So this is where Faye's being held? He deserves it. Oh, this fucker. The dude with the big-ass forehead. You pray on his weeping face as if it were an idol. As if I would. Ugh. What is this? Big-ass forehead. This is terrible. No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive? How could you possibly be? I've been two, aren't you? Darn. You call me a bastard, you can swear, Dan. Faye. Oh, Faye. Crying. Huh? Midori, it's you. Don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? Someone's cutting onions. You mean our friend Faye is crying? Angry. Hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. What do you mean? Oh shit, is it waking up? Oh, what the? Stop. Stop it. Faye? Dan. Midori. Run. Hurry. Run away. Yikes. Don't worry, his forehead took the brunt of the damage. He broke through his carbonite encasing. Faye took his gear Velta and went in search of Zohar. He followed Faye's trail, and eventually arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen to Earth so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to see there. Alright, hold on. I'm right back. I gotta run to the bathroom. If this is a boss fight, I'm running to the bathroom. You thought I took away all their anime? Yeah. You know, yeah, you're right. It shouldn't be working since he doesn't have his anime anymore. Bart, Billy, I know Billy would be good. Emeralda, maybe? Oh, wait, I'm putting on the right headphones. Whoops. Doesn't matter who you take that much? Oh, okay. I don't get Emeralda, I think. Down a sec. Oh, Lord. I really hope it's not like the previous boss fight. Holy hell, that gave me so much anxiety. I can probably keep that on, I guess. Here we go. What is that? This must be the place. Wait for me. This is as far as you can come. From here on is my world. You can't enter. What do you mean? You're subordinate, fake persona. That's why. Subordinate fake persona? Yes, he has part of my memories from back then. He has sealed away the very meaning of my existence. Wow, rude. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious id. Because of that, I became a basic blank persona. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my experiences since then. That is what you are now. Him? You mean father? You mean my dad? You call him father? He who never did anything for you. Just because of his cowardly behavior. He went out to go get cigarettes. If only he had been able to protect me. If he had done that, Mother wouldn't have died. Did my mother die right after I was born? What really happened to my mother? Tell me, Id. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon. Along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Of course you don't know, but it is etched in my metapsychotic memory. Your persona is fake, so you'll never stand on the stage of consciousness. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. I showed them to you on purpose. To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. Your mental energy is weakened. I can become free to do as I wish. What? There are still things inside you which you haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to re-establish contact with the existence. To tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times, and then cut them off. That's the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. I will eliminate all those who were full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, Id. Just stay here and observe. Serve is what I do best. Hey, Sagan, what's up? What is this? Only got 2 hours of sleep? Oh, man. Well, I almost had a panic attack with one of the boss fights. Faye, this must mean this is Veltal's transform appearance? God, fighting one boss after the other, and then having to sit through fucking dialogue. Oh, I hope not. It's just I lost to it the first time, and I had to sit through so much dialogue and go through it all over again. Jesus music. Oh no, this is hardware. Yeah, I'm playing on the PlayStation 2. So I have to suffer the consequences of my actions. Ouch. As we do all when we don't save, yeah. This is why I brought Billy. This is why I brought Billy. Ouch. Stomp him in the nuts. Oh, stomp him in the nuts. It's fine, I can get up. Id Veltal is the coolest damn mecha? Yeah, it is. I did select just a cannon. I just brain farted for a second. What the fuck is... Oh. Are you okay? Wiseman. It's already too late. Assist me, for I'm about to exterminate Id. Zohar is Deus' core. The slave generators in Ether is the source of all of their energy. Wiseman is wasting fuel standing on one leg like that, yeah. He's gotta look cool, man. After attaining its power, the freshly awakened Id intends to annihilate this world. Contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after the unifying of Faye's true personality. Keep back! You again? You're always getting in my way. I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son. Wait, what? Wait, wasn't Wiseman supposed to be his friend? Of his dad? You cannot even bear to show your face to your son. That's why you wear a mask, isn't it? Khan. Well, shit. Son. That's right. This man is Faye's... No, I mean my father, Khan Wong. What a twist. Oh shit, Dad. This is where the game turns into a soap opera. It's not mech without soap operas. What happened to Faye, Id? Too bad, the new personality of Faye that you gave birth to. And all that work that your persona did to make him one perfect, unified whole, it has been wasted. It will be swallowed up by me. I won't permit it. I will destroy you first. As if you could, sissy. You call him a fucking sissy. Mother died because of your cowardly behavior. And as a result, he ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. Now I continue my existence bearing all that hatred. You won't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working to unify Faye's personality, you know. He's unable to commit to abandonment. All that you and I feel, the sadness, the hatred, even though he's also experienced such things. Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Faye should be able to understand all of your feelings now. Now you want to erase the one who understands you. To kill Faye. What is it that you want? Why ask me such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his. Total destruction. That and that alone. Is this world so bad a place that there is only hatred inside of you? You're the ones who made me this way. You and that woman. Admit it. Ah, daddy issues. Faye, can you hear me? Please, take this fistful of memories I'm giving you. become one with yourself and with me. Oh jeez, it's like he's gonna be like Master Asia. He's gonna talk with the fists. Faye, where did the real you go? Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Take this fistful of memories. Heard at a court hearing. Oh my god. Yes, this is inside id. A world filled with hatred and sadness. It's all that's here. Yes, now I understand id. Why you hate the world. Why there is nothing inside you. Nothing. Nothing was given to you, deprived of all the happy memories. And yet, it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There is no need to resist. It was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide id. They hated him because he spoke the truth. So it'd be better to return to that place. To come together. To wipe away everything, including ourselves. Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Ellie. That's right, Ellie. I've got to save Ellie. What's this place? What's he done now? He only called you in here for his own sake. This is inside the shell of your basic character, the room of the coward. I'm sure we've been here many times before. I see, I remember now, in my dreams. We lost a nice number. Everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me. Well, he shut himself up in his own little shell. The coward, Faye. The basis for our personalities. Who are you? You're my... Hey, let's watch this together. This is my most treasured possession. By repeatedly replaying the times he was full of happiness, he lives in his own happy little world. While I'm still alive only because of what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you everything about me. Hers was an ordinary family. Number 15. A strict but reliable father. A kind and loving mother. Up till then, it was complete happiness. One day, Mother suddenly changed. She's a fucking Karen. She was like a totally different person. She gets the fucking haircut and everything. Oh god, Miang did get that fucking Karen haircut. From that day on, Faye lost his home. It all adds up. Mother was away often. Yeah, it showed in Krellian, well not really Krellian, but Ramses's memory, where she was talking with Krellian. Mother was away often. He had some important work. Father was away from home. Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. Inside there were many strangely dressed people. Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body as the start of some kind of experiment. The test caused Faye much pain. Mom, help me. What are you doing? No. No! Mother didn't come to his assistance. Young Faye had no way of resisting. But he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable. Many people gathered around Faye. These people had a high compatibility with the anima relics. The psychic contact with Faye was to force him to awaken. But no one could make contact with Faye. The power drawn out of Faye, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. This is unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place? Psychic contact? What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken God, everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Countless people died before Faye's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy, a variety of emotions and words lingered and tumbled about Faye like a broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. In front of Father, she acted normally. When Faye tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and the experiments, Father's mind was taken up by his work, and he didn't really listen. That sounds like a typical dad. He thought it was just childhood fantasies. And then Mom beat his ass. But he didn't have to endure the pain much longer. Faye's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like or couldn't bear. He removed himself from out of harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon me the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, Father, the entire world. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I completely separated from that coward, my original self. Destroy that Karen. The puppets were broken and Faye's heart was too... What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated the experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman, Mother, was Miang. It's a lie. No, it's true. Mother was Miang. Hold on, I noticed the sound's a little crackly. That's right, Karen had become Miang. You know, I forgot to refresh the El Gato, that's why it's crackly. Sorry about that. It's gonna pause for a second. Let me just refresh so it's not crackly. That's so much better. Alright, sorry about that. Fucking Karens, I tell you. That's right, Karen had become Miang. What is that you say? There's nothing special. Miang does not only have one host body. Miang's roots are sealed in the genes of all women. Any one of them could become Miang. It just happened to be Mother's turn. Only Ellie was special originally. No! The evolution of a Karen. Karen Miang noticed that Faye's memory time axis has increased 2 or 3-fold. She then became convinced that Faye was the contact. Contact? Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. Why the time had come. Stop it. Cut it out. Dad. Dad. Mom, help Dad. Hey, Mom, why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die. Graf came seeking the power that exists within me. To return to his own body. You understand now, don't you? Graf is Lacan. We, his descendants who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of us both. Khan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling within their minds. He was probably unable to do this after his contact with the existence. Oh, the other fight took a very long time. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. It had come that day to return his soul, at last, to the perfect reincarnation of his physical body. Yeah, that's what Brownie's saying. The body of Faye. Father fought him. He couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. Graf made a mockery of Father, and Mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he couldn't take what was happening anymore. Oh, wait, anime. This is Japanese. Oh, it's Gohan. Hey, Sabi, what's up? He gave in to his feelings and released his power, and as a result, Mother died. Mom. And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me, but kept all the memories filled with happiness and Mother's love onto himself. He shut himself away with those memories inside his own little shell forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. Stop it. Just stop it. These scenes. Are these all there is to us? Enough already. There's nothing here. It's just a world filled with deception and pain. It can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. I was a fool. It was all my fault. I was so busy with my duties in Shavat that I didn't notice Karen had changed. I couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is die by my hand. Even still, I'll show you that I can save you. Everyone's just watching back. They're probably eating like popcorn in their cockpit. Stop it, Id. Father has done nothing wrong. I know. This one is the real culprit. Mother and father had no choice. Take my sword full of love. Thanks, pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. Shit's a bunch of lies. All of it. No, get out. This is my room. Thought you would always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness, are these all parts that combine to make the whole? Hunt the child. Why won't you show him? Why don't you also show Id what you always watch? No, that's mine. I don't want to show it to the person who killed Mother. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I did not kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. Get off. Both of you go into the get along shirt. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became young or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was Miang, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. You can't push it onto it alone. We're all one person. We all must become one. Right, Faye? Yeah, the get along shirt. Walk on your own 2 feet. Face it to the reality that you don't want to see. I can just picture it now. little baby Id just looks so pissed off. Show them the Id. Everything you took for yourself. Bam! Oh, that's the necklace he's wearing. It was his mom's. He gave Ellie his dead mom's necklace. Lies, that woman, the scene, all illusions he made up. I am my consciousness, and see through this trick, I won't be swayed. That's enough. Doing that isn't going to solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. It's the truth, right? The reality isn't all grim, Id. My power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. I thought that I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I had to destroy it all. People, the world, even Ellie. No, that's not the case. We can save others just as our mother, despite being young, saved us. Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. It's a first. Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seems too warm. Faye, take the memories I have within me. You must know what it used to be like up until now.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Know our identity, about who we are, and figure out what ought to be done. That's your blood making you warm, Id. Our integration is not yet complete.
Stop! He's already dead.
Was that Kane? Helheim. Abel, live. Uba. Just can't hand our child over to you. Live. Brownie, no! God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. What is this place? An execution site? You guys are being bad. Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? What's happened to me? What have I become? Live. I will live. Even if I go to hell, I will live till the end of this world. If the world does not come to an end, I'll destroy it with my own hands. Faye. Hey. Who is it? Who's calling me? I am... Har. What is this light? I reside in Zohar. In the beginning and the end. The first and the last. Oh, God? God, I was about to say that! God, someone referred to me as that. From a certain point of view. It is right to view me as such. At the same time, I'm not. I am also a part of you. Part of me? I'm defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself create. I am your perception of me. There's not enough, like, legs and eyeballs and wings and flaming, like, animal faces. Oh wait, no, those are angels. Fear not. Brownie, no! That's forbidden knowledge. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who or what are you? In one word, existence. Existence? In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension, a place you cannot perceive. But in terms you understand, it is a world where everything acts as kinds of waves. If I know it, others must suffer as well. It is the source of this four-dimensional universe, the place where time and space is controlled, the fluctuating void, the wave existence. What does such an existence have to do with me? Long ago, a modifier, or pseudo-perpetual infinite energy machine, was created. The engine was named Zohar. A reactor was created by an ancient people from another planet to attain what is considered to be the ultimate energy possible within this four-dimensional universe. Eventually, those people used the same engine to create the ultimate interplanetary invasion weapon, Deus. Zohar was used as its primary source of power. But the unexpected happened. During the connection test of Zohar with the newly completed Deus, the engine started to examine infinite potential phenomena. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged or synchronized with the wave existence in that other higher dimension. Me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Or the domain you're in right now, and incarnated into four-dimensional world. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and enter into the modifier engine. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshly existence. Since the time I was bound in Zohar, I have always wanted to return to my own dimension, and I came to a conclusion. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension, the will. That one is you. Decided it was me. Special feature. Yes, I was given a special tribute of a human by you, the contact. When you observed me, I was given a mother's will. Mother's will? I'm sure you remember. After my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine, Zohar. I forgot who was talking the green light just now. Oh, so that's her body? That's the Zohar's body? Is Ellie? As a contact, being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elheim. Ellie's disposition was influenced by me? Yes, my will was incarnated through a biocomputer, which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolves its functions. That bioplant generated a central element, that is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form or flesh stayed in Zohar, while my will went to live in Elheim, and my power went into you. That is why I waited to unite with you, and now it is fulfilled. It's a mommy complex. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshly existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elheim. as well as my other split physical form, Deus. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body. In the four-dimensional world, Zohar is perfect, so in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that is attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hands of the contact. What about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of Ellie? Zohar and Deus are one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as Deus' weapon. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than that of mine. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to the higher dimension, but I'm also bound to the system just as she is, so I am unable to participate. You're the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright, I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier. I'll save Ellie. Experience much loss and deprivation in your life. It is very tragic. Our contact and the resulting transfer to power will, between you and I, most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame everything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It's a problem that comes from within myself, that I myself must deal with. Fucking your mama jokes. I see. You've managed to accept those tragedies, to tolerate all things, to comprehend and find where you stand in this world. If you have succeeded to do all these things, I'm sure you will succeed in what awaits you now. To liberate all of us, use the Xeno Gears. Destroy Zohar. Wait, there's more I need to ask you. The system is awakening. Ask her later. Save your data? Yes, because that was a lot of fucking dialogue. Resume the game. Yeah, why not? Dad. Dad, are you okay? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Faye? You've returned to your own self. Become one. Yes, thanks to you all. If all of you hadn't called out to me... Dad. Don't worry. This is good. This is, after all, Dad? You and I must become one. Graf, what's going on? I reached the limit of the body I possessed on that day 3 years ago. I required a body that would tide me over until your true awakening. That's why I acquired the body of your father. You mean my dad? Regardless of your awakening, your merging, and the inherited memories you had acquired, there is no way for you to know of this, since you had lost your memory at that point. The point at which I merged with your father. Impossible. What about Wiseman? What about father? And of course, they were just parts of me. I couldn't hold on to Khan totally. God damn it, now you say it, I can kind of see that now. His ego was far stronger than I imagined. When my control weakened, he showed himself to you as Wiseman. I've awakened. This body is now useless to me. I must return to my original body, the reincarnation of my body that you inhabit. Stop it, Dad! I hear you, Faye. You see, he and I are one. I am Khan, Khan is me. Let's become one with me, and you too should open your heart and unite with me. Then we can go eliminate everything. Dad and son destruction. Okay? Can't allow you to control me. Oh shit. Ah, ringing! Ow, ow, ow! That hurt. That ringing hurt my ears. Protecting your master? And so be it. I'll merge with both you and your machine then. Now come, Faye, fight me. It's no use. I know you're Lacan and that you're a part of me. That doesn't change you being my father. I could never really fight you. You're so naive. Who the F is Lacan? Lacan was a past self of Faye. And then that Faye became Groff. It's a clusterfuck. Why don't you understand that your naivety is what killed Sophia? What killed your mother, Karen? I already know that. That's why I swore to never run away again. Yeah, it's the existence of Faye 500 years ago. I must rescue Ellie, so don't get in my way. Wake up. Open your eyes, Father. Lacan. If that's the case, then fight me. Fight me! Come at me, bro! I can't. I see. Then there's no other choice. Since you're so unwilling to fight, I believe I'll have to use them as bait. Stop it! Don't we have the same memories? Can't you also remember that sadness you felt way back then? Yeah, come at me, son. Come at me, bro. Why then? Unless you destroy everything. If you stop Deus, won't this all be over? You still don't understand, even after your contact with the Existence? I came to understand after my contact with the Existence that if Deus was destroyed, as long as humans still inhabit this land, Miang, Elheim will be born time and again. And all living things may as well perish along with Deus itself. It's the only path to freedom. The path to release us from the eternal cycles of life, the tragedies of history, and the spell of fate. As I awake Deus as a weapon, I will obliterate all living things. Then I will use your awakened self in that machine to return everything to nothing. That's what I concluded. Miang and Elheim are not just Deus' mouthpieces. That woman is its main body. Why can't you see that? It's not true. She gave her life for me by shielding me from harm. You guys weren't Miang's. Mother came back at the last moment. Miang, Mother, even Ellie, we're all humans born on this planet. Deus doesn't matter. You'll see. I will bring Ellie back. Father, no, Graf, Lacan. You won't back down. Never. I have no choice. Time has come to truly become one. True Veltal. $99%? Okay. Oh, you dodged, you asshole. Doing your little river dance. Damn right I am. Ah, there we go. Give me that sexy kishin, yo. Oh, I'm gonna kishin it up. That thing got heels. Man. Don't you finish me off. Don't get rid of me, then you cannot get what you want. Yeah, did he just finish? It's alright, Dad. I understand. You're not Groff. You're my father. You and Groff are one. Your will and purpose never change. I knew that once we fought. Let's stop now. Our objectives should be the same. It's the same as our becoming one. We don't have to fight. My body. Zohar is after you. The last piece to combine with Deus' system. It seeks to unify with you, the first to have been divided from it. What? This is what Lacan wanted all along. After all, I am an imperfect existence. It's inevitable that it would come to this, considering what had happened in the past. Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into two. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated, bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him. He was reborn as your present body. The remaining persona, just his desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. That is Groff. That is me. I may have inherited Lacan's will, but I am not the same as the contact Lacan. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There would be no true melding and release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. That fact remains. Although I'm imperfect, I can merge temporarily with Zohar, thus may be able to buy you some time. I figured you would catch on to that, Brownie. This is the only way I can be one with you. This is all I can do. The system will start to look for you again. Before then, you have to destroy the newly perfected Deus and the Zohar modifier. You're the only one that could destroy the physical barrier that encases God's body. Dad, you said that was Karen. Through many generations, Miang is beginning to break free from her bounds. Now that Elheim is merged with Deus, she has all her memories back. All the memories from her original birth as the context complement up to her current transmigration. That includes all the lives she has lived as Miang, her substitutes over the centuries. Of course, that includes your mother's memories too. Mother's memories? Hey, cut away all the binds of mankind. You should be able to do that now. Save her and all the other women bound with her. I'm begging you, Faye. What's this? Oh, god damn it. This pendant. Is this Sophia's? Or my mother's? It's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused everyone. Thank you all so much. Anyway, let's get going. There's little time left now, for me and for our planet. What is this place? This is where it all started. This is our genesis. Humans were born here. Long ago, Deus crash-landed on this planet in an interplanetary colony ship. In order to revive itself someday, Deus detached the Zohar modifier's core. After this core unit came down here, a single woman awoke and arose from out of it. She is the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used her power to bear several beings. These would become the ancestors of the whole of humanity. These were the Emperor and the Gazel Ministry. This is the cutscene at the beginning of the game. Yeah. Hey CX Spirit, what's up? Thanks for coming to the stream. Finally, she gave birth to replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. Two selves, the human mother and the weapon. The subject and the complement. The Miang boss fight was stressful as hell. That is Ellie and Miang. I, the sole survivor from the colony ship, met Ellie and everything started from there. The land of Genesis, Katamoni, this is that place. Odd. Why do you have ancient memory? Usually human memories cannot be passed down through the generations. Humans do not normally have the ability to compress and store memories in their introns. But Ellie and I, and Miang, are different. Due to our connection with the wave existence. That is, due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. Just as the wave existence is bound inside of Zohar, information is affixed to me, so to speak, by some of the power of the wave existence. And this is the form from when Ellie and Miang were still one being. This is the first woman of our world. Our mother. She looked dead. It's hard to tell with that sprite. Hey, there's everybody. So if we destroy that Zohar thing, everything will be over, right? Giga Boomer? Yes. The source of our ether powers and the source of the power for the generators that make our gears work. It all comes from the Zohar modifier engine, which can control any potential phenomena. If we destroy it, Deus and the Seraph Angels will all be deactivated. Then we should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon as Miang. Right, Faye? Yeah, that's what the wave existence said. But there is the downside. It will also mean that we will no longer be able to use our gears or our ether powers anymore. What are those Seraph Angels all about, anyway? Odd appearance, as if they lack something, as if they are neither living beings nor mere weapons. Zohar senses the human consciousness and incarnates the Seraphs. Human consciousness? Zohar itself involves the principle of uncertainty. The observer's perception of Zohar determines the entity it eventually becomes. In other words, I believe that those angels are incarnations of the spirits of people. people have been absorbed by Deus to become parts of it. So what merit is there for them to gain in eliminating all of civilization? Is it some kind of hatred for those humans who have survived? Of course not. Those people who were created and assimilated as parts for Deus would not have such intentions. Try to remember what Ellie, when she became Miang, said. Creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That's why they must be eliminated. Do I sing? Oh no, I'm terrible. I can't sing. Yes, that's why Merkava is being used to begin the destruction. But Deus is not following its programming of exterminating all of civilization. The Seraphs, which are terminal interface weapons of Deus, are using their bodies composed of nanomachines to absorb massive numbers of people, regardless whether they are dead or alive. It is not discriminating between mutant and non-mutant people. This is highly peculiar. The fact that people who are meant to be destroyed are all being taken in as well. That's the absolute opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe there aren't enough parts. That is unlikely. Aside from those bodies that were destined to be parts for it, Deus, who has already acquired the abilities of the nanomachines, could just about use any material to construct his body. It's obvious. He has other intentions in mind. Those intentions. Corellian called Deus the Mother. If God is the Mother, then those motives are coming from the Great Mother, impending the growth of its child, enveloping it, to bring the child back to the womb to become one with it. That is its motive. Such a program does not exist within its design, though. It's probably given this unique will by someone, either from Ellie, who has merged with Deus, or... Either way, it doesn't change the fact that we have to fight. Regardless of what their intentions are, the problem is that we're supposed to deal with them. You think we can do it in our current state? The secret battleship, Excalibur, will also take part in the final battle. Additionally, the military potential of all the surface forces will assemble here. If we can put together a massive force, we still have the problem with the main armament of the Merkava. We need to know how to take that out. As long as we don't do that, Merkava's ultra-long-range cannon has the ability to vaporize any substance. On top of that, they have a barrier around their perimeter that nullifies all attacks. We have fought against the Merkava many times to try to stop its onslaught. However, we cannot even get close, as we had to withdraw every time. Damn it, no matter how much we want to save Ellie, we can't get inside the Merkava, it's meaningless. To add to that, there is the problem of those Seraphs. They function as the terminal interface weapons for close defense. You can easily say that their attack power is equivalent to the Omnigear class. They even have the regenerative ability due to the nanomachines. You're concerned about that. I was able to obtain some data from Xenogears. You see, Xenogears has mutagenically evolved due to its contact with Zohar. Using that data, all of your new gears ought to be completed soon. Additionally, all the other weapons and armaments are being modified to implement the disassembler device. Disassembler device? In contrast to the nano-assemblers, which create their matter to repair with, the disassemblers have the ability to dismantle or destroy matter. They can even deactivate the nanomachines, restoring the ability by disengaging their repair programs. This should be sufficiently effective against the Deus Seraphs. Alright, even if we can't deal with the angels, just how are we gonna deal with that Merkava? Can't even get close to the thing. There's no such thing as a perfect defense. There is a way. Look over here. Merkava's main gun requires a 1.2 second interval to reload because of its tremendous output. Upon firing, although it is only sectional, there will be a portion of the barrier that will be opened. There is a 1.87 second delay before the barrier reforms in that area. If we can use this window of time to target and destroy that cannon, it will be possible to close in on it. We can get close enough, we can break through with gravitational spatial correction. Well, this is the rough idea. Unfortunately, we don't have such a long-range cannon. We could acquire a target in such a brief time frame. So what you're saying is we just need to shut that annoying cannon up, right? You want to go ahead? You want to go head on into Merkava? Tom is just improvising at this point, pulling data out of his ass for science. Yeah. Now you're just being reckless again. That's suicide. No, listen, we're not going to just rush in. The Yggdrasil 4 and this Excalibur are also equipped with barriers. That's what we'll use. Somebody wants to pull a Sophia. Although only for a short time, we can withstand a direct hit from Merkava's main cannon. Then we can close in and watch for that part of the barrier to go down and then destroy the cannon. How long will our barrier last? About 20 or so seconds. That's all. It wouldn't matter how fast we fly. In that amount of time, we'll be without a barrier before we can get within firing range. Those numbers are valid only if the generator is at full drive, right? We can only get those numbers if we sacrifice all other output and propulsion. I'm not suggesting we go in with guns blazing, knowing we're going to lose. We're going to physically put a lid on it directly. As you said, the Yggdrasil 4 or Excalibur's barrier can't sufficiently defend against Merkava's attack. At least with one generator, that is. Stick your finger in the gun barrel. Meaning we can defend against the Merkava with twice the amount of time. 40 seconds. If we couple the two generators together, this way we can make it into the heart of Merkava. Then what about the propulsion? Just hear me out. This is what we do. First, we transform my Yggdrasil into the heavy assault mode and load it into the Excalibur so we can couple the generators. By doing that, we can reduce the energy usage down to just supporting the hull of the ship and generating the barrier. So allow most of the energy to be devoted to generating the barrier. Next, shift the barrier to full front and focus it into a single point where their main cannon will make its strike. Ugh. Now for movement. First off, we develop a barrier by engaging Excalibur's generator to maximum power. Repulsor during that time, we'll install in the Yggdrasil those large solid rockets we got from the ruins of the massive driver. God, he's just like going all out. When Excalibur's barrier expires, we'll use the Yggdrasil 4's generator to develop a barrier. Then we'll also detach the solid rockets and shift the Excalibur into conventional flight. Using this method, we can get right in Merkava's face. After it fires, it'll be defenseless. During this time, we'll block the muzzle of Merkava's cannon with Excalibur's bow ram. Upon which we should have 0.67 seconds. With the cannon fire of the Excalibur, we'll destroy the Yggdrasil's 4 slave generator and incapacitate the Merkava along the way, and then we'll break through. Oh yeah, you did. That's what the plan is all about. Combination of the barriers of both ships storming the Rakava, the timing of the cannon fire of the Excalibur, these are all going to be crucial. Mess up any one of these and the consequences are going to be severe. Hence, it'll be necessary to have both crews in sync with each other. That's why I like to place Sieg in command of the Excalibur. I have no qualms with that. What do you think, Queen? Will you lend us your battleship? Since there appears to be no alternative, let us go with that, even though it sounds batshit insane. Please, use it as you see fit. But, are we not cutting it uncomfortably close? When you calculate the arrival time and the barrier generation time, you will see what I mean. One minor mishap will put us in a situation where we could run out of barrier power before our arrival. Also, we'll be devoting both generators to keeping the barriers up. Won't that leave us without a perimeter defenses? We won't stand a chance if we get engaged by the Seraph Angels on our way to Merkava. We'll hold them off. You can count on us. You guys just concentrate on taking out the main cannon. Thanks, we're depending on you. Already, everywhere else has been taken out. This is the only place that's left. This is going to be the true final battle. We set out the Silence God's Ark, Merkava, which was the epitome of offensive and defensive power, and storm inside it. We initiated an operation to destroy Zohar. Oh, we get an FMV of it. Oh, he's holding the rockets. That was a short chair scene. Yeah, it was. Kind of reminds me of that scene from Zoids where the Blade Liker was doing the whole, like, shield thing while he was fighting against the Death Soar. That's some PS. Now it turned into a drill bit. Yeah, they were aiming for the generator, so I think they intended for it to explode. That can't be. Secondary explosion? Oh no, I should have known better. What a miscalculation. The explosion was too big. I reacted with the main condenser right under the main cannon. And induced a secondary explosion. How could I have been so stupid? You mean, we overdid it? Yes, Bart. You have a habit of overdoing things. Why did I not realize it sooner? This means we might have... Oh no, Ellie! Oh my gosh, Ellie! What is it this time? Hey, Satan! More is gonna happen! Something is happening in the center of Merkava. What could it be? Oh god, it's like fucking Gaia and goddamn Grandia. You just made it angrier. That's what you did. At that time, the earth quaked and then shook. And from the location where the Merkava crashed, a giant object appeared. And that's how you destroy the earth, ladies and gentlemen. It was Deus' final form. Merkava was merely its vessel. Deus evolved through the use of Krellian's nanomachines into a planetary-scale weapon and began terraforming. It was attempting to convert this entire planet into a weapon. We retreated back to the base at the snow plains to form a new strategy. We decided to go back into Deus. Time was running out for us. Wait, what? Oh shit, I can move around? Do I have more dungeons to do, or can I actually, like, traverse the world again? Well, I guess I'll find out. You can traverse the world again if I'm not... Thank fuck. That means I got so much shit to sell. I have, like, all these monster parts I really wanted to sell for a while. Hey, cow. And she head back to Lahan to destroy it. I hear birds. Got birdies. Talk to you? Hey, aren't these Pickolites cute? They're going cheap too. How about it? Wanna buy my Pico tiles? Sure. 20,000 G? Ugh. Forced to pay wow. Forced. Thanks. They're really delicious if you grill them. What? I know nothing. Nothing! You bitch. Wait, where did they fly? They flew over here? For you. We're to be judged. The last day is nigh. You two should be careful. It's all according to prophecy. You can't get the birds, but it lets you take to a platform to a secret room. Oh. Alright. Secret room. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, they're sliding. Where would that secret room be? Oh, hi. Still conducting that barbaric bar-telling thing? What the hell's bar-telling? Oh, battling. It's the platforms where the... Oh! What I was just on. Okay. Oh, the guy's gone. Oh, hey, this is the choo-choo room. Something here? What's a... This is that strange old Grandpa Choo-Choo's precious treasure. I wonder what happened to him when Shabbat crashed down to Earth. I haven't seen him. His treasure, can we just take it? I'm sure he won't mind if we just borrow it. Hero costume. Hercules ring. Just borrowing it. Just borrowing it. It's not like we're grave robbers or anything, right? Oh, fuck choo-choos. So don't hex us or haunt us, okay? We're just... Please, we're begging you. A vivid turban. Some speed shoes. Oh, I can give that to Stan. Make them faster. Speed shows. Oh my god. Cute shoes batch. Oh, you give speed shoes to Faye? Alright, I'll do that. Alright, you get your premium shoes back on. Yeah. Speed shoes is amazing. Automatic booster and... Oh, okay. Yamato belt. I think I have a Yamato belt. It's my third wizardry ring. Huh, looks like a bunch of little kids' toys all lined up. It's pointless to take such things when we don't even know what's going to happen to this world. Oh. What's the hero costume? Is that armor? Defense down when ally KO'd. Oh, that's an EXP ring. That's cool. I guess I'll put it on. What was the Yamato belt again? Max HP 25 up and restore. Guess that's everything here. Where's that platform? Here it is. Who's this guy serving food? Is it... Yeah, fuck you. Oh, of course, they gotta have a bar. Hey, Kiss Love Misan. We've all been feuding for such a long time, but finally we're coming together as one like this. I got my money's worth anyway, yeah. Let's see. For you. Hey, welcome. What can I do for you today? Hey. Okay. Oh, at the rock. Thor's Thunder. Well, I'll check that later. Oh, shit. I didn't want to buy anything. I hit X too soon. Weren't I gonna... Oh, shit. What, was I gonna sell shit? Oh, right, I was gonna sell monster parts. I wanted to check, Nortune. I'll debate on that one. Croissant, yeah. That's what I immediately think of with the name. Oh, he's got 60. Give you a better deal? Yeah, you better you than me. Oh god, fuck you. Over here. Yeah, I have a plus 90. I got like 1. Get more? Alright, let me sell, I'll sell some monster parts and I'll get more. Doesn't that thing eat up gas, though? Or fuel? North. You have access to the lighthouse now. They have the highest gear, armor, and engine stuff. Oh. Who the hell's this clown-looking fella? Okay. Alright, how to get out of here? You like this song? Yeah, I like this song too. Gotta finish the song up now? Alright. I guess hearing the Shavat music kind of inspired you. I'm gonna sell some monster parts eventually, and then, music just changed? Oh, hello. And then, I will probably call it a night. Huh. Oh, hello, there's somebody there. Celebrated gear weapon specialist, but lately there's been no interesting work. I don't know, man with enough guts to ask me to forge him a weapon to fight Deus. If you bring me a nifty sword, I can forge it to something truly amazing for you anytime. I won't work for anyone rude enough to ask me to check a weapon while it's still equipped to their gear. Oh. Oh, so Alright, hold on. I got spare swords. Oh, wrong one. So he wants that sword? Nifty sword. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, God damn it. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's a Kishin. You sure have a novel sword. Looks interesting. Let me take a peek. This came out great. It was like turning plowshares into a sword. Use the sword to make Deus and his legions pay. Kishin's sword was enhanced. Receive Kijin's sword. Nice. Let's equip it. Oh, duh. Alright, let's get out of here. Head to Nordtoon, sell some monster parts, and then call it a night. Kijin is a fucking downgrade from Kishin, strictly speaking, name-wise. Yeah, because... No, I'm thinking of something else. Ichi is one, but I don't know what... I forgot what Ishi is. Where was I heading again? Is this the exit? No, this is the save. Sleep in a cave. This is the prison. No, that's not the exit. Here? Oh, music stops, so that seems like it. Oh shit, here we go. Finally, we see the world again! Oh man, it hits different now. I gotta remember how to fly this damn ship. Alright, Nordtoon. Everything's so different now. That's down... this button, yeah. Oh damn, there's a huge crater. Oh, that's the lighthouse y'all were talking about. Alright, let me sell my shit first, and then I'll go hit up that lighthouse. Nope, that's not where I want to go. There's Bart's old, base. Here it is. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot. The square gets you back in the ship. Let's fly again, because I hit the wrong button. Yep. After we found out this... Yep. Stop talking, more flying. Oh, okay. Damn, I didn't think it would be a huge line. You can save the world and save the girl. Yes, I wanted to fly, but you kind of went on a tangent. This is the button I wanted to hit. Oh. Damn it. There we go. Oh damn, that is depressing looking. Oh, okay, so this is where we can sell our shit. Let's see, I got scales. I think I got eyeballs. I got a lot of eyeballs. I think I got fangs. I got this. Not a lot, but still. Plenty of this. And what else do I have? I think that'd be it of all the monster parts. Alright. Well, it's been about 5 hours now. I guess I can call it here. I can probably grind for gold off stream. And then we can hit up the lighthouse and buy better parts, and since the world's opened up, maybe there's more side stuff to do before we take on the final boss. Let's do that. Let's cut it off here, now that we finally have our freedom again. So yeah, same time on Sunday, 7 p.m. This might be the final Xeno stream. We'll see how it plays out. But thank you all for showing up. Varinger, Sagan, Zobi, Nakumi, Brownie, and let's see who else showed up. there's somebody else who showed up here too. Oh yeah, CX, thank you for showing up too. Everyone who showed up, thank you all. And this has been a very fun stream. I will see you all next week. Let's see, who can I raid? Oh, Shawnee's playing a game. Let's bother him. Let's go say hi to my buddy Shawnee.